to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is chaos.
Woo!
Oh, I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah! I'm glad this guy has no peripheral vision whatsoever. What? What? Learn that white strawberries exist. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon, apparently.
Gasp. Snowmeth has
The
arrived.
Zen cousin who is a cow
It's
through and through.
lovely
The
to
running
see
speed is
you.
the same as whether on 2 or 4 legs. I'm glad they don't have the old description for Daisy. For those who don't know, Daisy's feet squirt milk when she runs. I just think this is important for y'all to know.
Whimsical rosebuds. It's a pleasure to see you.
Backspin if I'm doing this. I got distracted by the golf cart.
Amazing.
I
Skulls
screwed that up
Cupcakes
'cause I
just
thought I was getting hit by
subscribed
a
to us
golf
for
cart.
another month. That's 57 now.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, hello, Elusivities.
All right,
Fancy
here
seeing
we
you
go.
here.
Boom! Oh! Is that really a million? A million roses? Amazing! That's amazing! We're rather impressed. Such a pointless exercise. Well, thank you for doing it. We're so pleased. Yes, let's go home now.
You did it.
Thank you, Mari.
Welcome, Amber Sparrow 95. Pull up a chair.
Look at this! Look at this! It's 9:27. 1 million
Welcome,
roses!
Funky Sumia. Pull up a chair.
How the hell? My God. My God. I'm going to aim for the 4th square. Right here. I'm aiming right in the 4th square.
Everyone else, choose a slot.
Gonna aim for that 4th square right there. Hey, Snow. Oh shit.
Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is
Oh! Woo!
Oh, I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah!
Obi_Suki. It's a pleasure to see
Glad this
you.
guy has no peripheral vision whatsoever. What? What? Learn that white strawberries exist. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon.
Hey everybody. Hello Snow, hello Whim, hello Skulls, hello Elusive, hello Amber, hello Somia, hello Obi. And thank you Thank you Skulls for the resub. And thank you Obi for the resub.
Amazing. Obi_Suki just
Wait, what was
subscribed
that?
to us for another
Community
month.
train. What's a
That's
community
too many.
train? Reach level 2 to gift emotes to viewers. What? Hello?
Our hype balloon record this month was 682. Can we beat it this time around?
What? What's the community train? We've got to I gotta read this. What? Yeah, I'm double checking. This is new. Ow. Oh, cool. It's not listed. Amazing. Totally great. Find out more. Click thing. Okay, here we go. Golden Kappa Train, Treasure Trains, Community Train Experiment. Team is currently experimenting with a new type of rare hype train called a Community Train. At level 2, this train rewards viewers who didn't contribute with rewards anyway. The higher level Community Train, the more non... Okay, so it doesn't give it to everybody. So the more people, the more it gives. Got it. Cool. Well, that's neat. Yeah, so the higher the level, the higher percentage of people get stuff, I guess. But hello, everybody. I hope you're all doing all right. I appreciate you dropping by. I'm very drained right now, to put it simply. I am drained. I didn't sleep well. Having a bit of the insomnias. But I hope y'all are doing all right. I started this a little bit last night. I might also be a little bit off. I'm not wearing my glasses because I got a zit on my temple, right where the glasses sit. It's great. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. For anybody who is not aware of how this works, during hype trains of any sort, this little counter appears in the lower left. There's a single channel point redeem you can redeem to try and push the number up higher. I can still see all your messages fine, all that stuff. But it is a single channel point redeem for you to spam and try and get that number as high as possible. Longer the hype train goes, the higher you can get the number, that kind of thing. I do need to update the graphics on it and stuff, but right now it all throws stuff at me and has balloons go. So what we're working on right now, though, is I need to create a Katamari graphic, which is what we are looking at here. I need to create a Katamari graphic for my Streamloots cards. Right. I am trying to create a simple one in which we have this general thing. Just to kind of show what you're looking at, though, if I go here and group those together really quick. This is Katamari, for those who are not aware. There are also the things being thrown at me. The goal today, I need to create one of these. I'm not going to create an accurate one. I'm going to create a artistic representation of one. I have a method I normally go through to make these, but essentially, you can see here, the way I do this is I create this and then I create a triangle. So these are all perfectly spaced. We are going to duplicate these, as one does. Hey, Raxon. We're going to duplicate those layers. I don't know why I duplicated them weirdly. But you can see, and then we rotate it like that. Oh, it's because I'm missing one. Amazing. Why am I missing one? One, two, three, and 4. There we go. Got it. And then we transform. There we go. Okay. So this is how I make a Katamari, which feels a little odd, but I promise this does make sense. But we do need to change the color here. So we'll go with this lighter color. Mainly, I need to get all of these diagonal ones in a different color. Strike a violent pose. We've all seen, but not me. Aw, thank you, Wim. Wim tried.
Whimsical Rosebuds just provided someone with a gift sub.
No new record this time. We got 214.
I appreciate you, Wim.
The monthly record stands at 682.
I gotta sneeze. Aw. I appreciate you coming by, Kaisi. Sorry, that sneeze just messed me up. I appreciate you coming by. And so my model, it was designed by me and created by Myra the farmer. I sneeze a lot. But no, the model, okay. Designed by me, outfit and character. Designed by me. Art was done by Myra the Farmer. Program used is RahiTuber. The glow is something I am handling fully in OBS. That is my tricks. It also has the ability for me to do stuff like this, where I can toggle the layers, change up the outfit. There are actually a lot more outfit pieces. I just don't have them programmed yet. But I am working on that. I do a lot of different interactivity bits. Like I can make it rain. I gotta wait a second. You make it rain. I can do. I don't know. If you're after complicated overlays, I can do a lot of. I do a lot of overlay stuff. Day-night cycles in the overlay. Sun and moon. Random events floating by in the background, interactive overlays, depth of field, special effects that chat can control. Dropping my bottle cap. Stuff like that. So chat has the ability to change my games. That does affect my actual screen. Not during art streams, though. I have that disabled on my end, so that way I can, do this without problems. That's one chat loves. Any dance emote, so any emote containing dance or special ones from my channel, will also cause a little rave across the bottom of the screen. So you can see the glow sticks down there as people spam different dance emotes. But I create all of it myself and get all of it working. Sorry, I didn't sleep well. I did not sleep well, so I'm a little off. But no, I work on all sorts of custom stuff. Is my thing. Is my thing. Ugh. But today we're working with some of my special effects with Streamloots. I'm trying to make a new graphic for it. And I'm a little slow on doing anything. Get down here. These should be behind the sphere. So you can see now we've already got essentially the shape of the Katamari. And I know this isn't quite right yet. So what we need to do is we need to move. For anybody who knows what a Katamari looks like, you can see we're already kind of on the process here. So we need this one, this one, and this one. This one, this one, and this one. So this one needs to swap to the front. This goes to the back, this goes to the back. For the basic shape. So we're going to move this one up. Put that up there. I need that one and that one sent to the back. Do 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 do. I feel like I've got part of this wrong. I don't know why. There was a way I used to do these, because Katamari are tricky. But typically, I always designed it with 3 and 3 and 3, so you get the shape. And I'm throwing myself off with something. I think it's because it's because I did these in the wrong. I did this in a more symmetrical fashion than I normally do. They're supposed to be 60 degrees apart, and I didn't do 60 degrees. That's what I've got wrong. So these are technically all in the wrong spot, and I'm not happy about that. So I'm going to get rid of those. Get rid of those. Yeah, I need to center this. I did this last night in like the middle of the night, so I am very much off of where they should be. So get that centered. Nope. There we go. Okay. Hey, Toko. Also, hello to sorry, I didn't greet everybody. I missed some. Hello to Rexon. Hello to Rose. Hello to Image. Hello to Beard. Hello to Shirt. And hello to Toko. Thank you for checking in. Always appreciated. Okay. So we've got this one. I need to take this, which is perfectly centered now. Do this now that it is daytime. Grab these two, and we need to rotate these 60 degrees. Probably better if I type it. 60 degrees. There we go. And then we're going to take them again. Duplicate them again. You know what? We're not going to duplicate them again. We're going to swap back to the original two because things get weird when you start rotating rotated things. And we will do -60. There we go. See, this is the problem because last time we had two more wedged in here, which is definitely not ideal. So hopefully, now we take, let's see, we'll take the upper left and upper right here, and we will move these to the back. I have apparently grabbed one too many. Which was that one. And then this one goes back to the bottom. See, that is a Katamari. That is a Katamari. That is what it's supposed to be. Now, the actual Katamari has... by the way, 90% of the 95% of the overlays that you will see the soundboard stuff there, just because Kaizi is new. That victory effect, I did that whole thing. Other than the sound, that whole thing is actually me. That is not a rip, that is not a download. That was me recreating their thing. That one specifically, though, this one's fun. And people who have been here for a long time know this. To make that one, maybe 2 hours, because I was in a better mental state at the time. That one specifically is really funny. I'm talking with my hands like you can see me. I will die by these words. Mediatonic saw my social media post when I shared it and said I fixed the broken parts. Because the old game, if you actually check the old stuff from like 5 years ago, it wasn't animated properly. One of the layers wasn't moving, the lens flare didn't move. I added in a moving lens flare, fixed the rotation part, and then they fixed it in the game like 3 months later. They saw my post because it got a lot of attention back on Twitter. And they fixed it. They obviously can't credit me because they'd have to pay me. But they fixed it. And the reason I know
True to yourself.
is because there's also a game over one I did. There's also a game over one I did, which very specifically called out the fact that one of the layers wasn't rotating like it was supposed to on all the others, and they fixed that too. That's the reason I know. So I shared it I did it, I think, before Epic's acquisition of them. So it was actually just Mediatonic, but I think it was like during the talks. So I think had I done it prior to them starting to be in talks with Epic, it would have been fine. And they probably would have credited me. But no, they did it like during or like they did the change during or after, which kind of changes it. Like the people who worked at Mediatonic before Epic got their claws in them were fantastic and absolutely great. I don't believe any of them work at Epic anymore. That's what I'm saying. I think it was right before they officially got bought, but they were probably in talks already. Okay, so we've got this general shape, right? So now we've got our Katamari like going on, so I can't grab single layers, but we've got all of that going. Now, this is, again, the simplest way to stylize a Katamari, which apparently I've drug 2 layers out of it. Okay, please go back in. Thank you. This is usually just how I do Katamari, is that. So the actual Katamari, I think, has... I think it was 15 points on it. 1, 2, 3... 11 points. My stylized version is much simpler. Because you can see these are a lot closer together than mine. But doing this, I find, works pretty well. So what I'm going to do now, though, is I'm going to take this layer and we're going to duplicate our front one. By the way, I am using a very, very old version of Photoshop that I do not have to pay for every month. For anybody curious. So the idea is we're going to do that. And then we're going to go here, and I'm going to grab that color. Yeah, this is 2021 or 2022. And it is not connected to the internet, so it ain't going to try to update me. And I will stick with this one. That's the trick. If you have the disc to install the old games, or the old versions of it, never connected to the internet. So as a thing on that, Kaizy, if you're ever looking around for, say, old software, especially old popular software, Internet Archive is an amazing place where you can find a lot of backups of a lot of programs. So, just saying. So if you're ever looking for stuff, obviously only do this legally. Yeah, no, Internet Archive has a whole bunch of like classic software and things like that. So, yeah. You can also find a lot of old video games and stuff that you can't run anywhere else anymore and things like that. Internet Archive's great. It just has an entire section called software. And you can try, like, I've used it to download like old Windows 95 things and try running them in like old versions of Windows and stuff. It's pretty cool. Let's see. So if we've got this, so the catch that I'm gonna do here is I want to take this spot, and this spot's, for those who know what's going on, I have a bunch of new cards. Let me grab this. So with our Streamloot stuff, a lot of you have seen the new art that has been put forward by the wonderful Vortex for us to use for Streamloot's cards, because I was like, hey, if you want to do it, by all means. And he was like, okay. So we have a bunch of new Streamloot's cards art, and I'm going to pull this down. So this is by Vortex the Cat. Vortex the Cat has redrawn us for a bunch of our new cards. Now what's going to happen is these are going to fit in that center spot there, in this area, and then this is going to be the frame around it is what we're doing today. Right, so we're creating a custom little frame, as it were. Yeah, we're working on the frame, Vortex. I always forget you are like stealthily lurking 90% of the time. So we're gonna use this as the frame. This will go around it, and then I will. This may not be necessarily on the. This may not be exactly how it shows on the Streamloot site. I haven't fully decided that yet. The idea of this frame is that this frame will be on it and animated when... It will be animated when it is played. So, like the current ones when cards are played have the little effect of the card flipping over, this is going to actually move out of the side instead, is the idea that I have right now anyway. But what I'd like to do is maybe have this layer here will expand and fill the spot. Now, I need to grab Myra's art, though, for this. So I need to go into here, main, Jackrabbit, clothing, Katamari. I gotta grab the... So this is the Katamari that Myra made, and I don't know why it's so small here. Ooh. I didn't know I could do that. I hit the wrong key, and I've learned I could do a thing. So this is the Katamari that Myra did that I'm sitting on. Right? I'm grabbing this simply for reference. Now, we need to grab... I want to grab these colors, because we want to keep everything, like, on brand, right? So we are going to do the lazy method and eyedropper this. So grab you. Grab you. Paste you. Excuse me? I forgot eyedroppers don't grab the hex code, typically. That is something my Stream Deck does. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So we're going to grab that color, and we'll grab... Again, Cameron, that doesn't give you the hex code. It's been so long since I've actually done proper art. I'm thrown. I probably should have colored the back ones, not the front ones. There we go. No, it doesn't grab the hex code. It just grabs the info and puts it in your palette. Which makes sense, but I don't have to like it. Did it again. Copy. Again, we are after a stylized version of this. We're not after, like, one-to-one accuracy with a real Katamari. I'm going to get rid of the real Katamari, though, for this. Okay. Dear Tiny Katamari, I request you go to this corner and get smaller.
Amazing. Adventureman's just subscribed to us for another month.
That's 68 now.
Hey, Haven, how's it going? You know what's bugging me? I just realized what's bugging me. Whenever I do art, I always have my background. It is a comfort thing at this point. But I have my own recycled paper that I have made. And we're just going to grab that. Throw that down. There we go. Oh. Oh, God, Ava, I'm sorry. This is much less strenuous on the eyes. Also. Yeah. What are you doing? Calling out my cats. Okay. But yeah, you can see we've got a general idea, right, for the Katamari. Yeah, Scottoon Network does good work. Scottoon Network does good work. Okay, and let's move this down there. No, lock. Lock. And lock. There we go. And I apologize that I'm being a bit slow on this. I haven't done work in Photoshop in a few months. I have been very out of practice on this, so I am off. So please bear. I do know how to use the program, but my brain only gets me so far. I want that. Hit OK. Go to radial. No, we do want... I typically do want
It's in our
radial
moments of decision that destiny is shaped.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I also woke up like an hour before going live, so. God, I love... See, this is the thing. Hue is not the one I should use, but the desire to use Hue is strong. Because, like, this is pretty. Let's see. 90% of my stuff I do in Photoshop when it comes to picking colors and things is just kind of winging it. And hoping the colors work well.
I have gotten confirmation that Cameron is now officially an influencer.
Rude!
Hooray.
Rude! Actually, I wonder. Without a name. Sorry, Green Day ska cover. Was not expecting this. This is the dawning of the rest of our life. Life below? What? What is life below? Hey, Fox. Oh, I remember now. I forgot. Sorry, my brain zonked. I guess I appreciate that. It scares me, though. Yeah, I remember now. It took me a second. Okay, so I think... Okay, color-wise, I think I want to go... Because I want to get one of these to work best. Question becomes which one works best. And which one has the color palettes right. So Pinlight is pretty close. What I'm thinking of doing here, right? This is also pretty good. So what I'm thinking of doing here is we take this and now we're going to modify the underlayers of this. So this is hard light. So we're going to go with this and then we go down and we go back into here, which I could change this one if I want, which we will. We're going to go in here. Go in here. But now we will go in here and we can change this. So this was purple right now. We're going to change that purple into... Like, let's grab the green, for instance. So you can see now if I modify that... And we go in here. We're now changing multiple masks at once. And it's going from the one side to the other. So now we can get a much cooler kind of embossing here. Good luck, Avon. I don't think green's the one I want to go with, though, for this first part, because that's supposed to be glowy bits. But if we grab, say, that blue, Actually, I guess because I'm doing the main sphere, we should go here and we should grab the main Katamari color, which is that. It's not doing as much as I want it to is the only thing that has me right now. Like, we're going from down here. Actually, I guess I should probably do straight up from the bottom, right? So it's not doing as much as I'd like here. Let's go in. We're going to modify this gradient. So I'm going to take the darkest part of the Katamari, which is that purple, which is what we had before. And I'm going to move that purple to about here. We're going to go in, we're going to add another one in, and we're going to add the rim lighting. And then we're going to go over here, and we're going to add the foreground. And then this edge is the front edge. And I'm going to grab what we had there, but I'm going to go quite a bit lighter. And this is percentage of opacity. We're going to go here, and we're actually going to do 100%. So this is where we're actually changing the color of it. All right, so if I go to normal, you can see we've actually got the full gradient going on. Screen, no, no. Actually, linear dodge might work. Exclusion, subtract, divide, no. Hue. See, the problem with a lot of this is it's very dark. And I do like it, but it is all very, very dark. So we need to brighten this way up. And I think part of the issue might actually be the effect mask I have on it. So yeah, if I take the effect, yeah, the gradient overlay I was putting on it from before is now messing with everything. So we're going to go back into here. See, color dodge makes everything stronger. That's more what we want. So we're going to go back to that. Ah, more Green Day. And one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. Keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Am I just paranoid? Am I just numb? To analyze my dreams. Yeah, you can see, like, here's the default right now. And here's with the gradient added. And it's not a lot, but it is enough to add, like, an actual genuine, like, shape change to it, right? Like, this feels a lot better. And I can adjust the scale a little bit to make it more prominent if I wanted. About there seems to work the best to me. But I do want to move this over here. And then move that further that way. There we go. So you better hold on. Okay. So we've got that one. And now, which one's this? I'd like to start with the top one. So I'm just going to move that up so I know. Top. Okay. So we can paste that layer style and create another one of those if we want. It's not as good, I would say, on that one to do the perfect one. So we are actually going to... We're going stylized. So let's... see how we can do this. So if we do radial here, we want you there, and then the next one, we want you. The next one, we want you. And I'm actually going to delete that one, narrow that out, delete it again. Go there and question what happened. Okay. That gradient looks pretty good. Stylized is fun because you can get some really cool kind of bits here. So we're just going to take that one. There we go. So I feel like this really does capture the Katamari like feel visually. Like we've got the right colors of it. I may need to add another mask layer on here to do some of what I want for this, but this is definitely a featuring. Because that is not the singer's voice. They do not sound like that, but I'm here for it. So we can paste this onto all of these. Now the problem that we're going to run into with these 3 layers, though, is now I feel like they're too bright. Maybe I'm wrong here. Can we actually lighten this up? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. See if we can lighten this up a little bit with any of these. Screen works pretty well. Divide is too much. So yeah, I think we're going to go with screen. And darken it a little bit. So yeah, we can go with a look like that, right? And it's a very, very stylized version of what we had. Now, I wonder here. I'm going to go into the effects, and this might not work. Because if we had a stroke, yeah, it's going to do it around the whole side. But I do think it works. I have an idea. So one of the big things with the Katamari that we have are they glow, right? They have a glowing band on them. We're trying to stylize this down into a simplified version. So if we go with this. Hi, BB. Hi. Hi. What's up, buddy? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. What's up? You good, bud? You jumpy today? What's up? Come here. Lay down. Neck rubs. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Well, if you wanted honesty, that's all you had to say. Better off this way. So I'm going to test this. So my idea here is we take this layer and we create this band, right? But now we're going to go back into our effects for the outside and add a stroke. And we're going to do inside. And you can see how that is overlapping the other one. So we've completely covered up the one that was there. There we go. But yeah, so we've covered that up and we've created kind of a smooth edge, right? So I think we can do that. I do think the stroke is too much, though. It's going to be scaled down, but I still think that level was too much. So like that, right? So we've got the outline there. But now I'm going to take, again, copy layer style. Now, will this work? Or is this going to get really annoying? Cool. And then we do add it to the back ones, even though you can't see it. Because it is changing how the outline is going. So, there we go. Yeah, I do like the feel of this. That does feel like a Katamari. It feels like a stylized Katamari. It feels good. And again, we're going to have the artwork of the card in the middle, right? Let's grab one for the sake of a preview. Do-do-do-do. 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 Let's grab this one. I love that it pasted way down the list and not at all where I'm at. There we go. So it'll appear right in the center like that, right? So we get the card to appear like this. The background rotates a little bit around it. Yeah, nap. I mean, at what point is that not a nap anymore, though, Zhang? But yeah, so we have it pop in like this, and we have the Katamari shape there. And then what'll happen is the entire group here, when the card is played, will go like this, right? Now, the one thing I haven't done yet, which I do need to do here, is I need to grab these back three. I forgot about this. I got to take these back three, right? Now, the problem is they aren't going in at the same rate. You can see there. Trying to get these centered is always a pain. Because you can, like, it won't rotate centered when you do this. So there is a trick to this, if I can get these to go back to how they were. Okay. So the trick for this is actually, I need to grab this one. I need to grab the center, and we got to duplicate the center. And then we're going to grab you, 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 and you. And now if I rotate, it's going to rotate. Why are you, but it's rotating off center still, right? I think we can scale each one separate. Will that work? Yeah, so we can go here. We can take this one, right? So I want to resize this. This is currently 350. I think, well, let's... Why is it wrong? $250. Oh, no, I'm the same way as Jing. I'm just saying, at a certain point, I don't know if it counts as a nap. There we go. So we shrunk the 3 smaller ones, right? So now it's a simple way to do a Katamari. Yeah, the whole thing's centered now. Or at least close enough when I rotate it in the other thing, it'll be fine. But yeah, so just having this I think works really well. And what's fun about this as a thing, so I can go in here into blending options, right? And we've got this gradient overlay, which is making it brighter. But I can add other gradient overlays or change things around, or do hue shifts, things like that. Which is always fun. But I want to go in here now. I am going to duplicate the main group that we've got. Go here. We're going to hide the old one. And we are going to take this. Where is it? Where is it? Merge group. And the reason we're doing that, so now this is all one object. And the thing that's fun about this is now I can do something like this if I wanted. We have a lot more control. Katamari said trans rights. But yeah, so now we can go through all sorts of things. But part of the fun here is doing things like photo filters. Now you can just see how certain things go, especially if I go whoop. We can do... We could posterize it. Brr, 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 brr. But yeah, we've got access to a lot of like weird little filters in here and stuff, which is always fun. We can emboss it. Look at that. Doesn't feel like it should look cool. It definitely does. But this is mainly what we're after, is this bit here, right? So let's... One, we're going to save this, because I haven't saved. Caps is on. Good luck, Jing. I know you've been working on this for a while. The other thing with this too that is worth mentioning, right, is we do have the ability to turn off that stroke if we want to. I'm not actually sure if I want to keep the stroke. This is the thing that gets me. Is like I don't know if I want to keep it. Do we want it to look like this? And then we get rid of the stroke on that and we keep it smooth? Do we do the stroke on this but we make it the green? Do we keep that glow and then get rid of that glow? I think that might be it, actually. Go like that, and then the image that appears in the center will have the stroke. And in circles again. Things were looking up, you said it wasn't. I wasn't expecting the pace change. Maybe we're just trying too hard. Closer than it is too far. In too deep, and I'm trying to keep above in my head instead of going under. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with this. It feels a bit bland as an image here until the other image appears. So I'm gonna go with this. Without the light up. BB. BB, do you want to tell chat anything? Do you have anything to tell chat? He'd like to tell you he's adorable. Apparently that's all he has to say is that he is adorable. Aren't you, buddy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Up above in my head instead of going under. Okay, so I don't have the exact dimensions of what I want to do for this figured out. So what I want to do is over here, right? I want the card to come out from down here, the Katamari, to appear where it would be behind me, and come up and appear here, and spin. This is where the card would appear. So it's going to come from behind me, go up, and spin. So that is my goal for what we're doing, right? I want to do that. So the height of this should be a little more than half the screen, which 1920 by 1080, so let's just say 500 would be the halfway point. We're going to do 600, right, for the height. And then the width of it, it's probably best if I go square and then we just put it off in the corner, but I feel like that's going to be harder for me to align. We do 600 by 400, which, let's see how 600 by 400 looks. Yeah, so we'll have it come up here and go here. Sadly, I cannot control time, as time is an illusion, Skulls. Time is a man-made illusion. I'm going to throw back it up in there. Okay, typically this is where I'd want this, but I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. The reason I say that is because if I rotate this, yeah, we've got to be a bit smaller. There we go. I made a stylized Katamari, Fox. That's where we're at right now. So we made the stylized Katamari. We removed the glow lines we had on it. My feet are freezing right now. So, okay. I am going to mark the position of this. We're going to save this. Just because I don't want to lose this. I'm also going to mark the scale of this because it's the exact size I want it. Rotation, I want to be rotating constantly, so that's not key here. Though, actually, let's lock that in, so it's going to start at 0. And we're just going to go all the way over here, and we're going to say at that point it's 360. So, in theory, the Katamari now, it'll spin like that, right? Nice and simple Katamari spinning. And I don't think any of that is cutting off. It gets close, but it doesn't cut off. Perfect. I might actually want it a little smaller, thinking about it, though. Only a little smaller, though. Like 45? Yeah. How's it going, Door? There we go. Oh, yeah. So, Wim, the moon behind me. Which, maybe I should upgrade that moon. Since we've got those lovely new pictures of the moon. Take the new one that has a bit more of the color on it. For those who haven't seen it, the moon be a little bit rainbow. So we might update that a little bit. Can I get it? Yeah, got it. This is the moon now. Look at this new photo of the moon. So if you've not seen the new moon. Yeah. I mean, well. Oh yeah, this is a 2-year-old one, but still. I hadn't seen this before, so I think I need to update my overlay thing to show that, though. Regardless.
I took a nap and you're still here?
Yes, Mari.
Really?
Go stretch.
There's also this image of the moon. Though I think I want to use this one. We'll see. I'll figure that out later. I could make it a chance to happen. That is possible. We'll have to look into that later. But it is time to take a quick break. We're going to step away for 3 minutes. For anybody who doesn't know, we run ads to turn off pre-rolls. For anybody new that may tune in. it helps with viewer retention and getting new people to come by. But I appreciate y'all hanging out. Do get up, stretch your legs. You probably haven't stretched, and you probably should. Unless you're Avon, in which case you should probably pass out. But I will catch you all in a little bit. See you all very soon. Be right back. I just think this is important for y'all to know. I need to do backspin if I'm doing this. I got distracted by the golf cart. I screwed that up because I thought I was going to get hit by a golf cart. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Boom. Oh, is that really a million? A million roses? Amazing. That's amazing. We're rather impressed. Such a pointless exercise. Well, thank you for doing it. We're so pleased. Yes, let's go home now.
You did it.
Thank you, Mari. Look at this! Look at this! It's 9:27. 1 million roses! How the hell? My God. My God. I'm going to aim for the fourth square. Right here. I'm aiming right in the fourth square.
Everyone else, choose a slot
Gonna aim
to
for that
make it.
fourth
Yo,
square
I
right
know.
there. Hey, Snow. Oh
Okay.
shit.
Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this
Oh,
is
oh,
chaos.
oh, 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 oh! Woo!
Oh, I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah! I'm glad this guy has no peripheral vision whatsoever. What? What? Learned that white strawberries exist. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon, apparently. A second cousin who is a cow through and through. Their running speed is the same as whether on 2 or 4 legs. I'm glad they don't have the old description for Daisy. For those who don't know, Daisy's feet squirt milk when she runs. I just think this is important for y'all to know. And we are back. Hello. Hi, BB. Sorry, right as I sat down, BB reached over and patted me. Like, hi. Hi, buddy. I know you're there. I know. The cat tree is there because you kept trying to get my attention from further away. I need a cough drop. Ugh. You good, BB? You good? Okay. So, what I want to do here is I want to get this animation to have this, again, I want it to come from down here in this corner, and then I want it to move up, right? That's the goal. So we go back to the beginning. We need to take the position. Oh, this is going to be a bit annoying, because because I think the anchor point will move with it, yeah. So we're going to go to here. And I want to scale it way down. So it does this.
Which obviously that's very slow. We're gonna adjust the speed of all this later. But like partway through, I wanted to go there. Adjust that there. Adjust that there. Now how we feeling? See, look at that. We get a nice curve up in the direction of it for when the card plays, and it'll go like that, right? No pressure. Okay, so this is definitely who sang the Misery Business. Okay, but now we need to speed this up, so we're just gonna take what we have and we're gonna like move it way over really quick. Whoop! I am going to go double time on the speed. So now, the only thing I don't like is I don't feel the rotation when it's moving, and I know it's because it's the same direction. But like I am not feeling that speed as it zooms in. Right? Like I'm not feeling this rotation. Like, I could speed it way up, and then we'd feel it a bit more. But it really doesn't feel like that full speed is there. And maybe it's because we're going with it. Ow. Let's try -1. If we spin the opposite direction, will that fix it? How's it going, Strabo?
Flawless victory.
I don't like it spinning that way. That's what I've learned very quickly, is I don't like it spinning that way. So let's do... Actually, if I just double... Let's double time the speed. Why are you going the wrong way? Ah, because I had 2 of them. That feels better, but now, see, the thing is, it feels too fast once it's up here. Can I get it to do, we're going to do this, and I'm going to change it to 1 rotation. And then I'm going to change that one to 2, which apparently it doesn't like keeping what I'm doing. So it's going to zoom in and do an entire rotation. That feels better. I do think that maybe that was too fast overall, but let's try like 0.75. Okay, we're closer. I'm calling. 0.6. That feels consistent, right? Because like I was saying, like the thing I was dealing with was like it was going in at the wrong speed, but that feels consistent. I don't know why it felt so weird, but that feels correct. I can't deal with not having glasses. I'm just gonna have to wear my glasses less. I need them on. Can I... I need that. Ooh. No. Easy ease in? Heavermiss is an easy ease in. No, that does cause a stutter. It has to be... So that was 0.6. I'm going to add another one in here. That's 0.8. So that's our halfway point between the two. I'm going to nudge that one over a little bit. And then put 0.8 there. Just to maybe give it a transition. Whoa. Why did we... Let's add easy ease there and easy ease here, maybe? Why am I gaining an entire... What is going on? It's not going how I wanted to. Like, that feels decent, at least. I need this one to be easy ease out. I also need this to be easy ease out. So that smooths its landing. But yeah, I like this. I like the feel of this, right? Like, this coming in for the card display. I do think, though, we need to, again, and this might ruin some of the timing a little bit, or the speeds. I'm going to move this in even faster. Because you got to remember, this is a card being played, so we don't want this to take too long. Because the longer it takes, the harder it's going to be. The harder it's going to be to have a card go quick. Like, we want the cards to be played very quickly, like, immediately. So, let's try 0.5 there instead. Why does it do that? Every so often it's just like, no. We don't know what speed we want to be anymore. Oh, is it... Okay, wait. Is it because I did that, and then I want 0.5 there? Now will you work? Card going to be showing the whole time or faded? So it'll show as it's played, and then it'll fade out once the card effect is shown on screen. So we get this, and then the card image will appear, and then it'll fade. Like, it'll probably end like here. Actually, it might even be faster than that. It might be... Like, the card effects aren't on screen too long. It'll be this. We'll have the name appear. I'll actually probably have the name slide out to the side. But you can see very quickly, it's there, got it, and then it's gone, right? Meow. I'm actually going to, I'm gonna go here. Composition settings. I'm actually gonna change the width of this. I'd like it to be, let's do 800. And I want, I'm going to undo that. I'm going to do new composition, comp 2, which is going to have the new resolutions. And this is going to have comp 1 inside of it. So you see how that just appears. And we're going to move this over. Right, so that'll still do its thing. So that's going to pop up like that. But we get a nice visual of the card appearing, right? Like this is something that it's clean, it's there, it goes up. Now the catch is, again, I want this to only go about 5 seconds. So we get that. Which I think is pretty straightforward for like how that would appear, right? So that's going to appear next to me. That'll have the card information. All that fun stuff. Now, one of the big things that I've done, and I know it isn't the most noticeable, and that's something I want to change here. One of the things I've always done with this is we've had these effects as a thing, but when a card is played and somebody is a Streamloots subscriber, no, actually, I don't even think it's a Streamloots subscriber that I have it today. When somebody who plays the card is a subscriber, there's actually a particle effect that goes on with the card being played. I think if I just play a card as an example here, I'm just going to do a simple, we'll do back it up really quick. So just pay attention when the card plays. See those, that Streamloots effect particle? That is happening because it is detecting that I am a sub, right? So if we have that effect going, that because I am a sub, it has that. I want to add in a special effect that'll also play when somebody is subscribed here. So what I'll probably do is we have this going on. I want to do a bar that comes out from the side, like goes out like this, and says the name of the card. I think would look really nice, so we just have it like slide out like a panel. Like, oh, this is back it up, and when it plays back it up, it says back it up right here. Or even back it up played by, and we can put the name of the person who played the card. But I think if we're doing that, we need an image that grabs this visual, right? Or like we need to grab the feeling of this. So let's do a new layer in here. And we need a nice shape. We're going to do a rounded rectangle. Ding. My shape ended up broken. Okay, we'll do that, and then height 100. There. If you need ideas for the effect for substars could look good. Substars could definitely look good. The Pride stickers we've got going on, things like that. That does make sense. I will keep that in mind. I might just do more of a sparkly particle effect. That would last a bit longer, but I do like the idea. Or I might do little tiny Katamaris. I'm not certain. I'd kind of like to do something that y'all are going to be very aware of. So we could do calf pints. We could do little calf pints and make it rain calf pint particles. There's a lot of like little assets I have sitting around. But yeah, I want this to slide out. So there is our panel, right? Let me put my background on so I can see it. So this is our panel. So I want this to slide out for the info of like what card it is. Or this would be who played it, probably. And then we want a bigger one for the title, I think. Because I think this scale is too small. Because that would, yeah, that wouldn't be very big. So we need a taller one of this. So let's do a height of, let's say, 150. Which would mean I'm going to unlock that because I don't want to change the other one. 75, 75, there. Right, so this would be the title of the card, which would slide out, and then the name would be a little bit smaller and a little bit lower. Because I think it would be good to have the name of who played the card when it pops up, just because I feel like that adds a bit of a shout. I could also just make the name appearing be a subscriber, or we could put little stars around the little piece that the panel that slides out too. Yes, BB. Sorry. BB meowed, looked at me. I look back at him, and he headbutts the cat bed. He wants pet really bad. Come here. I'm picking you up, and you're not gonna like it, but I really want to hug you. You're adorable, and I appreciate you. And you're very entertaining, and chat loves you. Chat loves you. I love you. What if I grab the brush? I know you don't like being held, but what if I brush you while holding you? Are you gonna be conflicted? Oh yeah, you're conflicted because now you're happy while being held. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Hi. Chat says you have a beautiful voice. Oh, you done? You done being held? Okay. What happens if I just move this into the group? Nothing at all? Interesting. Oh no, it is tinted slightly. All right. Anyway, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Hubba-dubba-dubba-dubba. Okay. Hubba bubble bubble tape. Let's try linear, align with layer. This usually works pretty well, just doing linear. Everything I wanted. But yeah, just doing something like that works pretty well, right? But it doesn't feel like a panel that would slide out. So we can try a handful of things. We could do like a drop shadow on it, which you can't even see is happening there. We could do an outer glow, which is a little more obvious. Inner glow. We go old school, do a bevel. Gonna emboss it. It's funny how hard it is to see some of these. Outer bevel, inner bevel. I do like the bevel idea. It's just finding the exact right level can be very rough. Right, like just something like that does work quite well. Trying to grab better colors for the bevel effect there. See, I'm not sure how I feel about adding the bevel in. Because, like, y'all are going to be seeing it at about that scale. So adding it in here may not be the best option. Now, what I could also do, because I do want to make this legible, right? So we can take another one of these and duplicate the layer as it is. It doesn't want to scale the way I want it to. Do something like this. Oh no, skulls. Anything you want to hear, that's just who I am this week. In the grass, just the mausoleum. There's a notch in your bedpost, but you're just a line in a song. Good name. Early around, sugar, we're going down swinging. Number one with a bullet. A loaded god complex, cock it and pull it. But yeah, I could do something like this, where we've got a frame for it. I'm not 100% how I feel on it, right? Like, it doesn't feel quite right. But using it as that kind of bounding box there, and then creating this. And then the words would be on there. Like, if we keep it subtle, I think that works well, right? We've got a frame, we've got everything going on. I just need to figure out the exact, like, what filter are we using. Because they definitely don't show easy. Let's cock it and pull it. Hey, bunny. I think I can also technically, if I want, do an inside stroke and then change the color a bit. Cock it and pull it. Down, down, in an early around. Sugar, we're going down swinging. But yeah, I think something like that works really well, right? We've got the shape, we've got everything we're after. But then we put the text inside there. So that way it's clean, right? I think that works. Though I would like this internal one. This is going to be a little weird here. I need to group the single item here. Grab that, and I need to copy this layer style. Paste it onto that layer, so that gets lighter again. Move that back up. Go into our blending options here. There we go. And then we need to bevel this. So this is the interior one. I don't need to do the outer one, but I do need this one. And I'd like it to go... Yeah, so you can see, like, now now that's raised. I want it lowered. Soften it a bit. It's not as bright as I'd want it to be, though. This is part of what's getting me. We can change the contour, though. I think that's the one we want. That's 16 degrees. What is 90? Ah. Okay. Let's see. Lighter color, and then we can adjust this to whatever we need. Maybe there, and then you have darker color? Darker color. Darker color does nothing. Like, I can't even tell that any of these do anything. Okay, it's a little line at the top. It's beautiful. And by beautiful, I mean it's almost impossible to see. There, so if we do like that, right? Though it feels very faded is the one thing I'm not liking. So if can we... Like, I do like this. It's just, we're dealing with a brightness on here that everything is off. Where do we want this? None of those do anything. It's the stroke, okay. There we go. Go like that. We change back over to this, and then we're going to adjust our levels again. The problem right now is this feels very washed out. I'm trying to fix the washed out vibe. Like, it's funny that exclusion and difference actually do look fine. Just not what I'm after. Divide works pretty well. Divide has the right brightness. Is it the softening? Softening didn't help. Okay. So if we do that, and I know we're sticking pretty heavy on this blue, hopefully we can adjust that with the color of the text. BB, come here, quit being a butt, and lay down. Fear, quit being a butt to your brother. Lay down. Everybody's being butts. You are being a butt. You are, though. Yes. Anything else you want to say? Or are we done? Are we done? He's hyper. Okay, let's get rid of that, and we'll see if this is a good size. Okay, so we grab that, throw that in here. Now we're going to move the bar into our composition. So yeah, the bar, you can see it's much bigger than what we had, right? But the fun part is, and I'm going to move this ahead. So the fun part of this, so now we take that, and we scale it. Now, the one thing I'm missing here, and this is a little weird, but I need to add file, no, what is it? No, new. Where is my, down here? New. Ah, here we go. New. Solid. Bar mask. And we need that. Sorry, we need that to go there. And what we want to do is we want to get this so that way the Katamari bar right here is masked out by the other one. We don't want the mask to be visible. But we want it to be masked by the other one. So parent, I'm trying to remember. If I do bar mask, no. How do I do this again? I always forget how to do a mask in this. Adjustment layer. Effects applied to this layer apply to the composite layers below it. It might be it. So we check that. That is an adjustment layer. No, we're not. Mask. Okay. New mask. Hey, Skulls. We are making the new also hi Golden. We're making the new Streamloots card appearance thing. I want you to be a mask layer, and I hate masks because I always do them wrong. What's funny is my brain says to cheat this. So I'm going to be really annoying here. So I am going to do a new composition. Composition 3. This is going to be the bar, right? So we scale the bar down just enough that it just appears. So that is its main position. Oh, a marquee? Nah. If we do this, take this, and then we're going to lock the position. And then we're going to add another position spot. We're going to go like that, right? So simple there. Now we go back to composition 2. And we're going to add composition 3 into it. So now that is something I had planned to do actually at one point, Skulls, for one sec. I need to figure out that is all the way up right there. Which means that goes there. But that was originally what I was going to do for the highlight my message redeems, and things like that, where it was going to pop up and do that little bit. Now they do the scroll across when people do the points for it. Okay, so that is there, but I need to get the scaling right. So that goes up, that appears, that slides out. Think right there. Hey, Mellow. So that'll slide out. That'll say the name of the card, right? Like, that's the idea. So this slides out, shows the name of the card. It goes up, name of card. Now I need to go here, and we need to speed this up, because that is slow. So now we go back. Check it again. Nope. And we're going to go here again, and I want to do easy ease on that. So it has a little bit of a slow at the end of it. So if we go back now. It's good life. That's what I'm told. It felt more to me like a jail cell or penitentiary. Okay, so can we take this, actually, and then I want to add an effect. Can we add a glow? I don't know how it'll look, but I want to try. We can add a brush stroke to it. Ooh, actually, wait. I don't hate that. It's a bit much right now, but I don't hate it. The problem is just that it's a bit blurry, right? What if we do like 5? Mm. Why did I lose the angle? What happened? Everything got crappy. Like, I do like that, but it may not be the best for this. But no, what do we got? Glow, there you are. Ooh, rough and edges. That is not what I expected rough and edges to look like. I'm gonna do 200% so we can see it a bit clearer, but you can see it's just kind of... Oh my god, wait, that's the king's bubble. The king's smoke. Oh my god, I need to remember that. Wibbly. But yeah, that's a way to make the king's aura effect. Ugh, sorry. But yeah, no, I need to remember that. That is actually like really useful for me. Not gonna use it this time, but it's good to know for future stuff. Let's try what else we got. Scatter? What is scatter in the terms of this? Ah! Particle effects. Not a bad one, it's just very consistent. Oh, actually, can I... There we go. Yeah, no, I need to toy with effects more often because there are some really cool ones in here. It's not what we're here for, though. I wanted to try glow. Glow is why we came here. Glow behind. Silhouette alpha. Color A, we want green. So we can do something like that, right? Which does create a really cool effect of it. It pops. I don't think the colors are right, though. I need to pick another green like that, maybe. Something more like that. Let the colors phase a little bit. The intensity is really funny because it's like I can go really, really intense with the glow and nothing really changes. But I do like that, right? I love that you can do colors. Do you want to make the colors glow? And it's like, no, no, no. I want the smooth alpha glow around the whole thing. But I think doing this, right, having this glow effect here works really well. I would like to add it to the other one, though, and it's not letting me copy the effects, which is bugging me. Like, why not? Let me... Oh, yeah, I forgot. This thing's weird when you try to do effects, right? So if I go here and then paste. Now, there we go. So now the other one's glowing as well. I don't know if I want it to glow. Like, I like it glowing, I do, but I don't know if it looks right. Like, we can pause it there and we can get a good look at it, right? This piece glowing feels wrong. Maybe it's the fact that it's glowing so much. If we do, like, half the glow... Like, that's not as bad. I don't know how y'all feel about it. Nobody said anything. But having that glow there, I think, pulls the fact that we're glowing. I just worry that the glow might be too much. Do we do like a 40? That's fine. Go up to this one, though. Let's try 40 on that. Yeah, I need to know... Reduce that a little bit. Slightly duller glow. There we go. Maybe like this, right? I think this will work well, right? So we have this, it slides out, it'll say the name of it. We don't want it up too long for each card that's played. So it'll just pop up, it'll slide out the information. Now, I could make it slide back out, but I don't think I will. I think I'll just have the whole thing fade as one. Because otherwise we're going to have too many issues when I do this, right? Because I've got to export the background as one video. I've got to export the foreground as one video. And it's going to play the card on top of it, which is quite a bit. The one part that's going to be tough here for me. The part that's going to be rough for me to get right is that I think I need to do, if I want the card to appear clean, I want once the image is there, the card appears in the center, and then I want it to iris in to expand or to show the artwork that's there, or iris out, I guess. But for me to pull that off, I could either add a mask layer in front of this and just key that out, so when it plays the mask layer, that'll chroma key. And then behind that will be the card. There's a lot of layers to get this to work right, is the problem. So we do this, that slides out. That has the name of the card. I need the name of the person who played it as well. So we have this one, right? I need to copy the bar, paste the bar. So now we've got the bar twice. We move it down. Actually, no. I need to go into here, right? So we've got both of these. Composition 3 is the one we've got. We add another composition 3, put that at the bottom. And then this is going to move the same, except this composition 3... Not position, scale. Because like I said, I want the name of the person who redeemed it as well. But I want to stagger it. There we go. So now we would have that, the thing being played, and the name of the person who played it. I might have scaled it a little too much, though. Something like that, right? So, name of card, name of person who played the card. But yeah, I need to do, once this gets to the size, I need a layer that goes in front of this and will scale up and expand to reveal the card that is played, right? So the card, basically the idea, card comes up, the Katamari comes up, the iris in here expands, shows the art for the card. New, can I just do a shape? Do we have a shape? I could have sworn I could have made just a circle. Yeah. I knew there was a way. Oop. Right, so we have our ellipse. We line that up. Get a border like that. Which that should be right, but I'm gonna go into 200% just so we can look at this. There we go. So that looks centered there. That all spins. We've got our shape, right? Like that is the idea for that little bit, right? So that'll be there. That'll be rotating. The ellipse itself, though. Well, there are no reds in the overlay, so we can use red for that. Now, this is where it's going to get messy, because I gotta time this right, so right there. When we have it like this, I need to take it and I need to lock the position. I need to lock the opacity. And then we need to go back one single frame and opacity is 0, right? So it's not going to appear till there. Now, scale I'm going to lock now, but I don't want that scale till about here. And then I'm going to take the current one and we're going to go to 0. The anchor point is wrong, which is another problem. 400 and 299.5. No, that's not how I want that. I need its anchor point to be the same as the other one. I hate moving anchor points. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright. On your own. This song came out in 2002? No, 2001. No. There we go. I think its position's a little off, but... So we go there, we go there. Scale, I want easy ease out. There we go. Now, I don't want this to have any stroke on it, so 0. So we just get the color. Now, I could spend the time to have these retract and disappear, but I feel like because of how Streamloots cards work, fading out is going to be the better option. I could be wrong here. I don't know if any of y'all have any opinion on that. Like, when this goes, do we want it to just fade away? Or do we want the panels to go, like, retract? Because if we have the panels retract, it becomes a bit more complicated. It'd probably look cleaner. BB, dude, hi. Oh my god, you have so much cat hair. Because that's where it gets a little weird. Because, like, if we do this, we have it pop in. We could have everything retract, but then we have to also make sure the text fades at the right time. And that does make it stay up a couple seconds longer. That's where I'm at, because it's like,
You're still here? Really?
Go stretch.
So I could have them retract. I would have to worry about fading the text and then getting the image to go away. The Katamari would definitely have to fade out. I can't really retract that in a way that's not weird. We could shrink it, I guess. But... That's where I'm kind of at. Like, I don't know, because I can expand the way to show the image. So it gets up, then it shows the image to display what the card is. I could retract them and then fade the Katamari as well. That is an option. Right, like I could have it do this, and then right here, it retracts the arms, so they quickly go back, and then. Thank you, phone, for telling me I'm broke. I appreciate it. God, it just becomes really weird here. Like having that slide out, I like the idea. I do like the idea of having it slide in. I really do. Like having it slide back in. I'm just trying to think of what I would do with the art. I think fading the Katamari and the art at the same time is probably the way to do that part. So we just take that and then we fade out the whole asset there. But I'm also trying to think, because when I put this into Mix It Up to actually trigger the effects, there's a process of how it's going to actually disappear. So I think in order to fully do it, I would also need to have the red circle iris back in as well. So let's just assume this is 6 seconds. I'm going to expand it to 6 seconds. So the whole thing is 6 now. Whole thing's there, goes up, does that, and then we get 4 seconds a card. Now, in order to do this, I would need to go to about the 5-second mark. And we're going to start with the shape, and I'm just going to mark this, because that's the size of it right now, and we're going to go to here, and we're going to mark that back to 0. Right? So if we do that, and then we need to do easy ease out. So we just got to work in reverse. So we do that, and then as soon as it's gone is when everything is gone if I do it this way, which isn't quite right. So I'm going to move that over a little bit more, and then move that over a bit more. Yeah, so about like that, right? So that would be our main visual. I'm gonna test something. I don't know how well this is gonna work. This part itself might be a regret. Oh wait, no, I need it on this one. So I need to open you, and I want to grab your glow effect. And I want to paste it on the shape. Because I feel like it should glow outside of the... I'm just worried about how that looks when it appears. Because it immediately appears at scale. Because there's going to be art in that, right? So... Hey, Lapis. So we do that. That appears. We mask out the center. That's going to show the art inside and goes back down. That seems proper. I feel like adding the glow there is a nice touch and should be there. I mean, I feel that, Lapis. I really do. I really do. We got to do that. Now, this part, I've got to find the spot where it finished. So it finished right there. right there. Oop. So right there is where I need to mark the opacity of what we had. And then set that to 0. Right? So that way when it finishes, that goes down and then that fades. Because I don't want that to happen at the same time. I input. So that goes down, that fades. And we also want to do, it's not going to show much, but easy ease out. Just to make it a bit smoother. Okay. So that gives me that. Now this is where things get annoying. So I've moved these into a position that makes these harder to do. So like, I need to kind of eyeball this. Well, I guess I don't need to eyeball it. I can trim these weirdly. So I'm just going to go here. Grab the position again. But then we're going to go here. We're going to copy that position. And I'm going to grab it here. Right? So I think that should slide out. Gets to the end. Slides in. There. Perfect. So now, even though we don't see it because that's much further, I've got those assets. So now we're going to shrink all these down so I don't lose my mind. And then we've got this. So what we need to do on these... I love how complicated this is getting. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to paste that one in again. So comp 3. It's in the exact same position. Except... what I now need to do is I'm going to hide the other one. And as that starts irising in, actually, we'll do it a little bit before. I need that. Right? So if we just watch the top bar, iris in, and there we go. So everything is staggered. Now, the trick with this is, so if I show both layers, you're not going to notice this. But the fun part here is I go here and I take this now, and we pick an arbitrary point as long as they're both fully out. So like right in here, right? So we choose right there, and we choose opacity. And we need to mark this on both of them in the exact same spot. So we're going to mark opacity again. Opacity here is 0. Opacity here is 0. And now I need to go 1 frame to the right. This is the part I always screw up. That's 321, and I need 322. So then this one I want at 0, but this one I want at 100%. And I need to go back to 321 and then put that back at 100. So what'll now happen, if we watch... boop. We just spliced it, right? We just spliced the two together. So now it works. It's one of those like weird little like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we're playing the same footage in both spots. The one thing that is bugging me, and I don't think anybody else is noticing it, but I'm noticing it, is again, I feel like this circle is too low. Exactly. Let's try this again. I think I'm now moving the position of this, though. Yeah, this has like 3 spots now. There we go. There we go. So yeah, I've just got to do that last one. I also have not saved this yet, so let's save this really quick. And then we're going to take our break. Once I get everything sorted here. Overlay assets, stream loots. Frames. Katamari intro, save. All right, it's time for a quick 3-minute break. Get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink of water, all that fun stuff. See you in 3. Be right back.
I'm glad this guy has no peripheral vision whatsoever. What? What? Learned that white strawberries exist. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon, apparently. A second cousin who is a cow through and through. Their running speed is the same as whether on 2 or 4 legs. I'm glad they don't have the old description for Daisy. For those who don't know, Daisy's feet squirt milk when she runs. I just think this is important for y'all to know. I need to do backspin if I'm doing this. I got distracted by the golf cart! I screwed that up because I thought I was going to get hit by a golf cart. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Boom! Oh! Is that really a million? A million roses? Amazing! That's amazing! We're rather impressed. Such a pointless exercise. Well, thank you for doing it. We're so pleased. Yes, let's go home now.
You did it.
Thank you, Mari. Look at this! Look at this! It's 9:27. 1 million roses! How the hell? My God. My God. I'm going to aim for the 4th square. Right here. I'm aiming right in the 4th square.
Everyone else. Choose a
Gonna
slot
aim
to
for that
make it
4th square
Joe
right
Bueno.
there. Hey, Snow. Oh
Okay.
shit.
Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is
Oh! Woo!
Oh, I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah!
Hello! Hello. So the part that's going to make all of this rough, or the most difficult part, is in Mix It Up. Basically, I've got to time everything. So as soon as that appears there, right there, I need to spawn in the image for the new card, right? And like in Mix It Up. And then that'll expand over top of it. And then as soon as these get sent right to the end, I need to fade in the text on them. Then right before they go back, I need to fade out the text. And then I need to make sure the image of the image for the card disappears right there, right as that fades. Like, it's a whole process of timing it right. I might be able to get away with, like, fading away the image of the card a little bit, like, as it gets smaller, but there's a whole timing thing that's going to be the mess here. Anyway, let's go down here. We need to find... Okay, so anywhere in here. And now it should be these, because I believe if I turn both these off, yeah. Why is your opacity set to 0? I apparently already created a seam on that one, and I don't... Where is it? Why am I confused? One of these is wrong. You're that. Did I only copy it once? I did. Okay, so let's make sure that still works and I didn't break it. Okay. We're still good. Okay, this needs to exist twice. Okay, we're going to go here. And then we're going to mark opacity. We're going to go here. We're going to mark opacity. The bottom one, I have not realigned, so I've actually messed up. So we need to unmark that. We're going to drag that over. And I need to hide this. So I need to figure out where do we want that going in? I want it... Okay, that one's already in by here. So we want it lined up so this is moving just before. So like right there. I'm going to grab that and then we're going to go... Actually, we can go here. So yeah, we'll back up and then we want... Like right here, we want opacity and opacity. And then this one's supposed to be 0. And then we need to go over to 227. So 227. This one should be at 100. This one should be at 0. Make that visible. And now hopefully... There we go. And the important thing with a lot of this is making sure that that little bit there is that they're desynced, right? Like you want them just slightly desynced from one another because otherwise they'll stack too much. Now, I do think I should move this. I'm not entirely happy with how this little bit turned out. So I am going to make it move in a little bit sooner. So yeah, we're going to adjust that a little more. Because I didn't like where that went in. Mark it again, mark it again. Drop that to 0. That's 223. 224, put that at 100. Put that at 0. Oop, 0. There we go. I forgot to make that visible. So there. That feels a little far now. Like I went too far the other direction, so we're going to move it again. Now the timing's going to be wrong, but we can still see what's happening. It's out, it's out. A little bit better. Move it a little more. There we go. And retract, retract. I pulled that the wrong way. Try this again. Too far. Finding the right spot is brutal. There we go. So that's where I want it. So we go here, mark the opacity, that's 301. 302, swap them. There we go. So now, watch from the beginning, goes up, zoop, zoop, and zoop, zoop. There we go. So now it feels like it's polling it a little bit, like it's polling the other one. But one of the main things with a lot of animation to make it feel good when it's doing stuff like this is to make sure it's not perfectly synced. Because when it's perfectly synced is when things don't feel as fun. So you do these little bits where everything is slightly disjointed, and then you get a lot more movement going on. It's a lot more interesting, and it feels more intentional. And now the last thing I want to do is I want to figure out a particle effect for all of this, right? So this is something I want to do specifically for if you... specifically if you are... Oop, wrong one. I want 2 here. So I want a particle effect that'll appear specifically for people who are subscribed. Right, so if you are a sub, you can have whatever. So this goes up, this goes here. And this will be right under Mari. In the corner. Is this too high up? No, I was gonna say I thought I had space up here. I was like, that shouldn't be touching the top. I was like, do I need to adjust things again? But yeah, so we have this, but I want to do a particle effect. Now we could add a lot of different images here. Let me look at my stuff here. So we've got a lot of older emotes that are fun. We could make it throw down a calf pint. We could do the rave emote, the rave images. But like just for sake of conversation, let's grab this, and I'm gonna do a new solid. Just gonna put that in the back. Hey, Steven Universe. So I'm just going to do a standard particle system right here, which looks like a lot. Go to particle, particle type. We do stars, which do work pretty well here. I'm trying to remember how to change this, because I'm able to somewhere in here. Is this the wrong particle system? Simulation. Is it particle world I have to use? Yeah, particle type, and then we want a textured square. And then we go in here. And we're just going to grab you, and we're going to hide you. Go back into here. Texture square, texture layer, calf pint. BB, you good? Okay, we don't want to scatter them. Because that just grabs parts of it. Ow. Ow. Hey, Nathan. So we could, if we want, we could just do this. Obviously not just like that, but you get the idea. I think this does work pretty well to show off what's going on, though. Let's slow down the rate. Make them last a bit longer. Yes, BB. Wow. Essentially, yeah. So we can create this, right? A little bit wider than I want. Obviously, this is just kind of being extra on this, but what I want is something simple. I just want directional axis. I would like the angle. I do velocity 0. See, then we get a simple rain, right? And I do think this works pretty well. Let's fit this, though. So you can see this area. We can have it all coming off the Katamari. Which is like there, reduce the radius. Make them all spawn at the same height. We keep them all together. We do 1, they only get to about that far. We do 1.5, they get about that far. 1.7, we get just to the edge, which is what I want. I should probably do a little bit shorter just in case. 1.65. That way they're fading before they get to the bottom. Reduce the birth rate down to like 0.5. 0.1. Radius 0.2. But yeah, we just do something like this, right? Where they're spawning behind the Katamari. 0.15. There we go. So they spawn. So whatever we do, we can have it spawn behind the Katamari and just have that there the whole time. It doesn't have to be this. The idea is just that it's something, right? Like we go back into particle and we do star. We do that. Change their size, let them vary in size. Birth color green. Death color a lighter green. Let's reduce the size way down. I think it should be the other way around. Burst size bigger and then get smaller. Right, so it spawns there. They're falling. They're doing their thing. What do we got? We don't need a lot of these, but you get kind of the idea, right? Like we're dealing with a lot of different ways these could move around. So that's direction access. We could do explosive, which I think is what it was. But you're not going to see much difference because of how I set these. I'm going to move this to the front so we can see them more clearly. But that's 0.1 birth rate. There's 1. So, like, a lot of this can be too much. We can give them velocity, and then it explodes outward. And also just start them at 100%. So they're immediately moving at that full speed. Extra, I think, is bounce to the top. Extra angle. Which I would technically want, I think, at like 300. But it's hard to tell what that's all doing. Direction access we can add. Because if I do that, I want it to go this way. But we don't really have that. I can do this, though, and I think that'll pull them to the left. Yeah. So we could do this. Raxon! Hello, Raxon. Hello, Raiders. Hello, everybody. We're slowly melting my brain. Hope y'all are doing well. Appreciate you coming by. We are adding a special effect for when cards are played right now, and I'm losing my mind. So this is going to be behind that. But hello, everybody. Welcome. For those who do not know me, my name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer who focuses on indie and interactive games and streams and all that fun stuff. We are currently working on a special effect for when cards are played. I have a lot of different cards that can be played to affect my games and do all sorts of fun stuff. And the graphic I was using is an older one, and I would like a new one. So yeah. But hello, Renzi, and hello, Luz. Thank you for the check-ins. Much appreciated. BB, what are you doing over there? You're half in a box. You good? And the box flipped. Good job, bud. But yeah, we are working on a special effect for when a card plays. The red is going to be masked out, so you will never see that. But I am trying to get this... I'm trying to do a special effect that'll play only for people who are subscribed. So like that particle I don't want to appear until that hits there. So we're gonna go 0%, and then we'll do a fade. Well, actually, it's not even an opacity for this. So we want 100% opacity, but I do want them to fade at this point. So right here, I want 0. Nope, pin that. Keyframe, easy ease in, and then over here, I do want to make sure that is at 100. So now when this fades out, all of that fades. Might be a little bit much, actually. Thinking about it. Actually, I don't need a fade on this. I know what I'm doing. Sorry, I am doing an art stream today. Usually I do play Minecraft or indie games. What were you up to, Raxon? I'm guessing Minecraft as you are wont to do, but not always. Let's go here. So this is kind of a weird thing. So we're going to go here. Right there is the starting point. So I'm going to mark this, and we're going to set that birth rate to 0. And then on the next frame, we're going to lock it again and set it to 1. And then we're going to go here. And then right there, I'm going to mark it again. We're going to go here and set that to 0. So this is the amount of like sparkles appearing, right? So now that goes up. They start sparkling. It goes down. They stop sparkling. I think I'm going to reduce that sooner. There we go. I like that, but I also want to go down here, and then I'm going to add in an opacity filter, and then we're going to go here, and we're going to reduce the opacity to 0 by the time it gets there. Move that over. Grab this. Easy ease in. Grab this. Easy ease out. So now hopefully that feels a bit cleaner. So they start spawning, they get there, and then by the time it gets there, it fades out. Yeah, there we go. So that feels much cleaner. I do need to figure out the sparkles though. Sparkles kind of suck right now. Birth to death, birth to origin, origin constant. No, this is what I want, but the death color. We go with white? I mean, I do like how that feels. Like, we're like, getting that particle there isn't bad, but I do think they are lasting a little longer than I want at this angle. Can I, though... Let's reduce gravity a little bit. Should make them fall just a little bit slower. I'm not sure if they're fading out at the end or not. I'm sorry, is this We Are Number One? No, it's Beetlejuice. It sounds like We Are Number One for a little bit of it. Let's try 1 point, and let's do 1.5. Yeah, now those are fading out before they get off the grid. This is a big thing. We're trying to keep everything inside this square. Because this is the full area. So if it gets down to this edge, we're going to end up with things that aren't quite there. 1.5 may not be the best either, though. But I hope everybody's doing all right today. I appreciate y'all coming by. I am sorry if an art stream is not quite your thing. I know it isn't for everybody. But I got these projects, and if I don't do them, I'm never going to. And that's not good for anybody. 1.45? I just want to make sure these are definitely fading. There we go. Hey, Clue. But if you are here and you are enjoying, or you do enjoy art streams, things like that, make sure your view counts. Be sure to claim those bonus channel point chests. If you have Better Twitch TV, make sure to go into Better Twitch TV settings and turn on auto claim chest, and then it'll make sure your lurk never stops. Also, let's see if we get a embarrassing clip, or are we gonna get the same clip again? We're not gonna play. There it goes. Same clip.
Coming out of my cage, and I've been doing kind of alright, I guess. Like, it's actually been really hard this year, chat.
She'd never tell. Secretly, she wanted him as well. Stuck up their nose. They had a problem with his pay clothes. Get it, boy. She said, see you later, boy. He wasn't good enough for her. Can we... This is the thing. I want them to spawn further left. But not too far left. What was that? Yeah, so it was 1.5. Do 1.8 and then move it a little more left. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, it might be a little far. Let's do 0.15. Oh. 0.17. I don't know. There's this spot in here, right? It does come out from the Katamari. That's not too bad. What are you guys doing? Why are we causing problems back there? You good, Fury? Hi. They're knocking over boxes. Let's try reducing gravity more. How does this feel? Because I want these to drift a little more left. Yeah, there we go. So now I've got a really nice like sparkle coming off of it, right? The only question for me, I guess, is what if I switch these? So I'm going to do white at the beginning and then green at the end. that almost doesn't work at all. Let's do a much paler. That works better. We're not getting as bright, but I think that'll show really well over top of the gameplay most of the time, right? So we'll have a little bit of a green shimmer on the stars going through. I can always modify these to be different, but I think this does work well. Do I like the size is the question, right? Do I like the size of the particles, or are they too big? Let's shrink them down for their death size and a little bit for their growth. Because when they're smaller, they feel a little more sparkly. But I like having stuff like that as a little like bonus for people who are subscribed, right? Like that layer won't show if you're not a sub. Is the idea. So that'll be hidden on its own. So right now, we want composition 2. So composition 2 is this going up, and that is in front. So I have a lot of mess here that I got to deal with. So this. I need composition 1 and shape layer gone. Yeah, so we need these on one layer. This layer here is the layer for is specifically the layer for when for the text. So the text will go in front of that. I'm going to reduce the length of this down to like there, so that way it won't export more than I need. And then we go File, Export, Add to Render Queue. Now we open this crap, and we go into QuickTime, because that's the one that seems to work the best. And we will go into here, and we want RGB and alpha. Then we will output this. Kata bars, save, and we will render that. And hopefully not screw it up. Boobity-boo. And go in here, overlay assets, streamloots, frames, kata bars. So there are the bars. Nice and simple, right? Those are the fun parts. So we have that now. That is the bars. Now I'm going to have to convert these to a better file type, but that is the first bit of it. Now we go back to composition 2, and we're going to turn off all of those. And we're going to bring these two back in, because this is the one we're going to have to mask. So File, Export, Add to Render Queue. Kata Mari. And then you. Again, QuickTime, RGB Alpha. I don't remember how to save it as my default. Like, between computers, I used to have it save default and would always grab custom QuickTime. And now it doesn't. And I don't remember how to set the default. And I haven't bothered to look it up. But, like, this is what I want as the default output, but I do not remember. And then we're going to do a composition 4, and we're just going to hide that. And we do the same thing. I'll export, add to render queue. QuickTime, RGB and alpha. Kata particles. Boom. So now, hopefully, if I do Katamari, you can see it's right here. Everything's good. Everything plays. Everything fades. And Kata particles are its own little thing right here. And that'll just appear. Nice and simple, right? Now, I need to modify those, and I have this lovely program called Shutter Encoder. And Shutter Encoder allows you to basically convert any file type into whatever you want. We need to grab those. Damn it. No, I don't need the update right now. Hey, Ronan, how's it going? We're going to do here. We want a VP9. My phone is ringing. Why? I don't know who this is. Screen the call. Let's see. Oh, I got to take this really quick. Be right back.
All right, here we go. Boom! Oh! Is that really a million? A million roses? Amazing! That's amazing! We're rather impressed. Such a pointless exercise. Well, thank you for doing it. We're so pleased. Yes, let's go home now.
You did it.
Thank you, Mari. Look at this! Look at this! It's 9:27. 1 million roses! How the hell?
Sorry about that. It was my tax offices. My tax offices were calling, and it's like, oh crap, gotta answer that. It's going all right. It's going all right. We are currently working on an overlay effect for getting all of this sorted with my Streamloots cards because they just did a big update for things. Advanced features. We want to make sure we have alpha channel. The main thing is we want to make this a WebM because if it's not a WebM, we'll have issues. Max quality because I don't want to lose anything there. But we can hit start function, and it should put all of these in the same folder. Hopefully. Got to take just a little bit. But WebM are more compressed than MOV files. They won't be as pretty, but they are much smaller file size, which means they are less of a strain on the PC to try and run a whole bunch of videos on top of each other. Just like for instance, the current Katamari is 35,000 kilobytes, and let's see where we end up after it is done converting. Well, Katamari Particle. Okay, here's a better one. Katamari Particles was 34,000 kilobytes. It is now done, and it is 793 kilobytes. Bars was 35,000. It is now 123. So, yeah. There's a reason I convert everything to WebMs. Like, just genuinely, like, yeah, no. There is a reason we keep that. So now, just to show, again, Katamari, this is as a MOV file right there. And I believe if we open it as a WebM, there's the WebM. There is no discernible difference there. WebM, like, again, this is the WebM. Right here. This is the WebM. And then this is the MOV. There is no discernible difference other than it is a 300th of the size. So that is why that was done. I did enjoy the software. Don't give me pop-ups. Yeah, WebM is great. I wish they had caught on more. WebM are great. APNGs are great. APNGs are like higher stuff, but the quality that you can get on a GIF is great though. So it just goes back and forth. So we've got that. By the way, to anybody listening, if you aren't in my Discord and you know about me having old Minecraft effects that y'all had special Streamloots cards specifically for Minecraft, I've got that working working again. I've got to program them yet, but I have it working, which means I can run whatever I need to again. We don't have to deal with the crap we had before. So we can do special effects and we can do all of that without a problem. Let me save this. Now, I am going to need to do something a little chaotic for this because this is a bigger moment. So we're going to switch screens. This is going to cause me to drop some frames. Always happens. There we go. We have dropped our frames. Let me go into studio mode, gameplay, games. So normally we're capturing there. We need to do a capture here though, so display capture. I very, very rarely need to use this on this, but go here. There's my other screen. Welcome to the other screen of my, one sec, fit to screen. This is my other screen on my old computer. So if you ever wondered what was on my other screen, there you go. My wallpaper on my new PC is the PS5 background, and then this one is a very darkened version of the Dot Hack background. Dot Hack's wallpaper theme from the PS2 game. This is where things are going to get a bit weird. So here's what I see when I'm chatting with y'all. What we need now is I need to create a new effect. So I am going to go here, go create a new scene. This is going to be specifically asset, Streamloots, cards. So I am on another scene that you cannot see, and I do apologize that things are a little broken here for me to do this, but it's the only way I can do this without causing problems, though I did apparently just cause a problem because y'all can't see crap. Why can't you see me? There we go. Hello, sorry. I apparently misclicked at some point, and it... Yeah, I don't know why it did that. But okay. So now I am in a scene. I need to go and grab... We need a new overlay. Boopity boop boop. So this is going to be Streamloots cards, right? Add. Copy that URL. Add. Browser source. So that has to be its own thing. Paste that in. And grab. Okay. So this is a whole mess of layers. Now, if I want to do this in a way that is going to stack correctly, I have to do this obnoxious. Normally, what I would do when I do this is I would give you one specific source that you would be looking at. I'm going to, just in order to make sure this all works, I'm going to open Scene Protector and I make a new window. So this scene here is what I am currently working in, which I know is not the most exciting, but I am currently working in a little black screen in OBS. So that's Streamloots cards, and I kind of want this to be Streamloots cards. Oop, I clicked on the wrong tab, or wrong keyboard. Streamloots cards front. So this is where the graphic for the card is going to pop up. And then this one is Streamloots cards back. And we add that. And we need Streamloots cards art. Now the problem is because y'all play the cards and you play them rapid fire, and because they don't queue the way we would want them to, these can be complicated. I try to avoid having new layers if I can. Streamloots cards are such a priority thing for me though, I don't really have that option. So add source, browser, MIU emotes card back. $1920. You know, I need to rename these. Rename MIU SLC front. Rename MIU SLC back. And we're going to add one more. Add browser. MIU SLC art. Grab that. Go here. Paste that in. 1920, 1080. Which that one is going to be resized. That one's going to be changed. So this is where things get weird, right? So everyone, there are 3 layers here. You can't see them. I know it's probably not the most visually interesting to see it this way. But what we're going to do is we now go over to our action groups. And we need SLC, wrong keyboard, SLC played. So, Streamloots, just Streamloots, I want for that. So this is when the card is played. So when this happens, we need to go to an overlay images and video, right? This is our main thing. So main video, and then we are going to do video. Duration of these is, I'm not actually sure how long these are. These are, I'm pulling it up on the other screen. Require the length. I think there's 6.5 seconds. But we're at that. Yeah, so they're 6 and some seconds. It's really annoying that it goes, oh, it's 6 seconds. Like 6 and what? But just double check it. Yeah, it only says 6 on here, which is just like, that's not true. Because it'll sit on 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. It might actually be exactly 6, which would be fantastic if that's the case, but I doubt it. So I will just hit 6 on here. We're going to grab the video, which is on both computers, which is always great. Go to Overlay Assets, Streamloots, Frames, and we're going to start with the front graphic right here. And then you are the front graphic. So if I just hit play, right? So we've got the card effect playing. Now, I could leave this right here. It actually being dead center is not a problem. It'll actually make my life easier if I leave it here, or I put them all in the same spot. So I could say, hey, it should be on the side, and then it's going to come off the side. I think we can leave it to the right. Like, it's not appearing against the edge, is the problem. So, we can do it centered. It's not going to matter, I guess. So, let's go here. We're going to grab the next one. This one is going to be bars, which then this one is the back. And we're going to add another one. And this one is going to be the... Actually, this is going to be... Yeah, this would be art. And then this one is actually going to be a bit different. So art is supposed to be an image. So art is an image. We don't have the images on us, so I'm just going to do card art for now. And we'll grab aberration, so that'll play right there. Right? We will do animation and you. I think you stay there. We'll figure out the timing, but if I hit play, Everything's kind of in the wrong spots. I'm actually more confused here because front, this is supposed to be behind it. But it's not. Why aren't you behind it? Why is that in the wrong spot? Because I wasn't in studio mode? And like it didn't apply it? Why are you in the wrong order? Hey, Cold. It's like it didn't save the positioning, because that is 100% where they are. Like, I'm looking at the cards right now, and it's like, no. The art layer... Did I put these on the wrong spots? Like, what? Streamloot's card front is the Katamari. If I play them in the other order, are they fine? No. Why is bars in the wrong spot? Oh, is this still playing? No, what? What is happening? Why is this wrong? I have front art then back, but for some, like, in the order that they're supposed to be, like, layered. And it's not layering them in that order. I'm very confused. Why are we wrong? Like, all of those are in the wrong order. I don't... Copy the art URL. Did it, like, not paste? Art is correct. Gonna grab card back a bunch. And grab card front a bunch. Maybe I did that wrong. That would at least answer that. So now if I hit it. Okay, yeah, I must have just grabbed them in the wrong order. Which, fair enough, I guess. But yeah, so that, then that, there. For front, this is going to be a little annoying for me to do. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go to the front image, right? And I am just going to add a 0 here and tell it to loop. So we can see this repeatedly. We're going to go here, add, and we're going to add a color key, not a chroma key. Usually I do color key, or I do chroma keys, but we have a very specific color we are after here. And it is that color. So we grab that. Go about there. Again, usually I do that, but I guess chroma key is still going to be the correct one to do here. So chroma key, custom color, select color, pick screen color, grab it, and go. The problem is we're losing that edge, and we don't want that red that's there. So I need to reduce the red that is on that inner edge. Let's hit play on that again. Why are we not getting a clean cut there? I could change it to magenta, I just don't want to. Let's try this. Can I go to color correction after the, well, yeah, color correction before this maybe? No, not color correction. I need I think I have a shader for this, actually. So user-defined shader, hit OK. Load from file, load text from file. So I should have a color... Yeah, color depth. Oh, this may not be what we want. Yeah, color depth is not correct. It looks cool, not what we want. Color grade, there you are. So color grading is what we're after. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna add another 0, because otherwise I'm gonna be clicking this a bunch. So color grading. Nope, you're not it either. I thought it was color grade. What? There's one in here that I've used, and it gives me more control over what colors it's showing. RGB split. RGB visibility. Yeah. I mean, that's close, but we're getting rid of the wrong reds here. Can I get... The problem is getting rid of the yellow on the edge of the Katamari effect, and I don't want to get rid of that. And that's where I'm at this weird spot. Like, I'm still not getting exactly what I need here. I need... That's splitting it. I don't want that. Where are we looking? Color depth? No. I mean, it definitely works. It's not what I'm after, though. I swear there's supposed to be a filter in here for colors. It's not color correction. It's a different one. And I feel like I'm blind. Because what I want to do is I want to remove the red. Specifically. Now I could do something like this, right? And do a hue shift. And this is always funny. So you can do a hue shift. And find a color. So like right there, that blue. And then we move this back up. We go to the chroma key. And we will pick the screen color. We'll grab that blue, right? So now the blue is gone. But the problem is I am losing that yellow every time, and I don't want to be losing that yellow. That red edge is going to drive me nuts, though, if it's there. But you do this, and then you duplicate the color correction back, and then you just do negative, and then we're fine, right? So we reverted back to the color we were before. But there's that little lip of red that's not supposed to be there. And I'm bothered by it. And at the end of the day, it didn't actually change anything that wasn't already wrong. I want to get rid of that color. But yeah, you can see as I add the smoothness, the edges get weird. God, it's so precise. I'm gonna make this bigger so y'all can see better what I'm talking about. So there's little edges of red here that I'm trying to get rid of. We are trying to remove these little tiny bits of red. But like, as I go further up, I start losing parts of this. Can I get... okay. So this is not an ideal method for this, but I think this will work. So I'm going to add another mask here. And I want it to be a shape, and I want it to be a circle. Now I'm going to invert the mask so I can see where it is. I'm going to turn off the chroma key. And now I want to move this mask to be in line with this. This is a really annoying way to do this, especially while it's animated. We need it about there. Move it over a little bit. It doesn't need to be perfect here. But we do this. And we get it around, we need it just big enough to get around what we had, right? So that is there. Now I need to invert the mask to go the other way. So now we're getting just that, right? So now it is just fully the red circle. And then we do chroma key. And then we're going to up the similarity. If we go too far, though, we're still going to have problems. So I got to figure out where this line is. $500? 510? $510 works. Now, you are noticing that it is having a problem when it expands. I'm sure, if you're paying attention anyway. But now what we want to do... I need to unlock it. Copy. Oh, I need to make a... Okay, I guess it's not gonna... I hate when things don't do this. So... I need to add a source, add a browser source. And this is going to be MLU SLC front 2. And the reason we have 2 of these, and this needs the same information as the other one. So... we grab that, we put that behind the other one. Now, it has no filters, the one in front does, which...
Can we take a quick break? I want to show you my impression of a wacky inflatable arm flailing tube them. Chat can show us theirs too.
Apparently I've copied the wrong URL, I'm a little confused here. We will see, Mari. Give me a second. Why is that source not loading? Because if I turn off the one, they should both be showing it. Oh, it's because I haven't added it into both. They're not going to both update unless I do this. So if I hit refresh here, and now we hit play... right? So it's actually playing the video twice. This is one way to do it. I don't think I want to do it this way, though. I've kind of messed up here. So I need to do add source, source clone. And this is clone MIU SLC front. And I want it to clone. Okay, so now it's a clone of that. We put that there. We get rid of this one. I need to copy the filters. And then paste the filters on that. And then we go back to the original. And we remove the filters on it. And the art goes between the two. There we go. All right. So we've got that going. It's not perfect yet. You can see the red. That red should not show in the final piece. There's actually going to be the art shown in there. We will be right back. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Get up, stretch your legs, wiggle around, all that fun stuff. I will see you all very soon. Take care of yourselves. Again, be right back. Learn that white strawberries exist. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon, apparently. A second cousin who is a cow through and through. Their running speed is the same as whether on 2 or 4 legs. I'm glad they don't have the old description for Daisy. For those who don't know, Daisy's feet squirt milk when she runs. I just think this is important for y'all to know. I need to do backspin if I'm doing this. I got distracted by the golf cart. I screwed that up because I thought I was going to get hit by a golf cart. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Boom! Oh! Is that really a million? A million roses? Amazing! That's amazing! We're rather impressed. Such a pointless exercise. Well, thank you for doing it. We're so pleased. Yes, let's go home now.
You did it.
Thank you, Mari. Look at this! Look at this! It's 9:27. 1 million roses! How the hell? My God. My God. I'm going to aim for the 4th square. Right here. I'm aiming right in the 4th square.
Everyone else, choose a slot.
Gonna aim for that 4th square right there. Hey, Snow. Oh shit.
Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is
Oh! Woo!
Oh, I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah! I'm glad this guy has no peripheral vision whatsoever. What? What? I'm back. I'm trying to find the cat brush. Now Daisy, female. Daisy's name in Japan is Horumon, apparently. Not the one for brushing the cat,
but the one for getting the cat hair off the cat tree. because y'all have no idea. I just flipped the little bed sides. I just rotated them, and there's so much fluff caught in the groove. I'm like, I need to get this before I lose my mind. Because BB's been rolling on it extra lately. So there is a lot of extra fluff just caught in the grooves. There we go.
You're doing pretty well.
I'm trying! There we go. Get the majority of it off. And if you hear me sneeze soon, you know why. Oh my god, there's so much hair in it. There we go. And then spray some anti-allergen stuff on it just to help it out. Alright. So this is technically working, and I know it doesn't quite feel like it's working, but if I hit play on all of them. Are they in the wrong order? Move that one, move that one. There we go. So you can see through that one center spot, right? We started making out. So it's a little weird here when we see it all split up like this, but you can see how I can see the layer through the hole. So we'll line up the texture on that to mask out that portion. So that'll be all that's visible there. Okay, let's go over to this one again and refresh it. Clear that up. So yeah, again, we hit it. It goes up. It shows. And it goes down and closes. I'm a little worried about some of the transparency sticking through there. I'm not sure why that's happening, so I've got something slightly off. Or like I've got it set too high, right? Let's hit that. Open that again. Go here, refresh. Hit play. Because yeah, there's a bit of when it's closing, I can see through some of it. But hopefully we can get it clean. But that is lined up, that is there. Now what I'm gonna do, go back to normal, and then I'm gonna go back into studio mode. Now, the catch for this is I could put it on the display. But I think where we want it on, yeah, we want it on the display itself. Now, this is where things get a little weird. Because I have different bars around here. So this is going to not be attached to the game, but to the monitor. So I need to do a scene here. And we need to add... Where is it? There it is. So I'm going to go and hit play on this again. You can see it popping up. Now, things get a little weird here, depending on how this goes, but I want it ideally in there, but that is definitely the wrong spot. I need to copy you, go here, transform, copy transform, and hopefully this doesn't mess it up. Transform and paste transform. Okay, nothing moved. That doesn't actually help me. Awesome. But we need to move this. It's being a dick. I'm going to do it from the outside and then move it back in. Click play again. Like ideally, I want to copy the transform, copy transform, stream boots cards here, transform, paste transform. Why aren't you lining up? It got the one corner. $8.40. There. That should be perfectly aligned. And then if I move it in here. Okay. So now the difficult part is me figuring out how to line this up. So I need a new window of this. So I am resizing this one right now. So I'm gonna hit this. I'm gonna do bigger. And we're gonna scale this up. So I apologize for the infinity. We're trying to line it up with this edge here. So I've got a cropping thing here. I wish I could get to stay on that first frame. But we know it won't. I can move it up here while we wait between. The real problem is I cannot tell how close this is. I wonder if I can... Okay. So I'm going to regret this. But I think... It's not that. I think it's this. So this is going to be really annoying and might cause frame drops. Right, so now we can see exactly where it's coming from for a bit longer. I hate doing it this way, but... Do I have it right is now the question. I'm having trouble watching that spot. I think I'm on the wrong side of the purple. Maybe there? Is it right here? Nope. One more. There we go. Woo! Hey, Lore. Okay, let's go into filters and get rid of the ghost. There we go. So I apologize for the infinite looping. Woo! There we go. But that gets that now opening in the correct spot. So that's where the card, this is how the cards are going to appear, right? They go up, they show that way. I may need to move it up a little bit yet, I think. Like, I'm looking at it compared to Mari. Is that correct there? I don't want to touch either wall, but I want to get fairly close. It needs to go down like 2 more. I'm going to go 1 extra. Yeah, so that position looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. So that's where don't ignore the artwork, the aberration art. But you can see in the upper right, though, like that position I think works really well. So that's where the card effect will now pop up. And then it'll also, even though it's not really showing properly, it'll also have this bar that'll come out and say what the card is. I've got to work on aligning all of that yet, but... Go back here, go here, go Streamloots cards. I'm going to move that up because I'm going to be modifying that one probably the most. Streamloots cards. Refresh that. Refresh that. So yeah, now, again, when they play now, what we should see is... Obviously the card art, again, wrong scale. I probably should have turned that one off for the time being. Because the card art is something I can't do till I actually have the card thing done. So we get that. That goes up in the corner. And we can now, like, cleanly see that. So I'm pretty pleased with this, like, visually. For our new card effect, that feels on brand. It feels like it's going to pop. Which is the one thing I really wanted, is I wanted it to definitely show up. Thank you, Mello. I really appreciate that. But yeah, so we've got that. Now the next part is going to be grabbing the names of the cards. One sec. My ear itches. Okay, so for the next one, I need to go on my other screen. I need to go on my other screen, and we go over here, and we need... Where are we looking? I need to go to my tools. I need to go to my bots and overlays. I need to go to mix it up special identifiers. Because we need to grab a whole bunch of them specifically for Streamloots. So you can't see this on the other screen. I do apologize. But Streamloots has a bunch of special redeem information. And it's not here. Streamloots card commands. Do you have what they are? Yes. Okay. So our next step here. So we've got the card front. Nothing needs to change there. This layer, however, has the bars. Now, in front of the bars, we need another image and overlay. And this one needs to be text. Now, this text is not going to be up the same amount of time. I'm going to temporarily put it at 6, but there's going to be a delay that we need to put in here. And this is going to need to go over the rear one. So normally what you would want to do here is you would normally give this a position in the front or back. The catch here is I need to just make sure it plays after, so that way when another one plays, it'll go over top of it. I would want them all in the same, but I can't do that with the masking trick. So in order for the names to at least be correct, I need to just assume they're on the same layer, and then it just does order of operations. The text will be on top of it. So for this, I need to put Streamloots card name. So if it's named Aberration, it'll say Aberration over top of it, stuff like that, right? Now the max width in pixels, I don't actually know what it is. We could pull up the image and I could figure it out that way. Actually, I think on my other screen, do I still have... I am trying... I cannot find After Effects. There we go. I'm not in After Effects now, but this is fine. So I need this to be, because well, I did scale it down, so this is going to be a bit of a problem. So this is the wrong program to be using right now. Okay, apparently I don't have the program open. It's fine. I'll deal with it. We need our font, and I can never remember the name of my font, but I think it shows my library, right? Yeah. So the one I am after is one of these that I've been using. Like if I hit play, font color is black. That's not gonna help. Let's do white. Where is my text at all? Oh, it didn't save. White. White. Why doesn't it want to save whatever I click on? Like, there's no confirm. It's just like, no. Like there. I guess the idea is that I have this, so I can now go here, copy that, and then paste the shadow color there. But, like, if I do aberration, right? If we write aberration. That's how aberration looks. So if I hit play on this, this will go forward, this will slide out, and then aberration is supposed to be appearing on the bar, which it is. It's just in the wrong position right now. So this is going to be a bit more annoying here. But we need to go here. And then I could set a max width. I don't think it's going to matter because none of the titles are going to be too long. But now if I hit play on it, we're in the upper left corner, which you can't even see, I guess. I don't know why. But let's do 500 and 500. Where does that put us? There. So we, again, bring this up. We look at what pops up. We need to go much closer to the top. So we're going to do 200, and we're going to see where that puts us. We are too high now. You can see us poking off the top. We'll do 300. So we're going to hit play, go in, get that. We're very close to 350. See where that lines up. That's about right. A little bit higher. 340. Hit play. Okay, that feels really good. I think we're going to need to make it bigger probably, but the position should stay the same. 700. There we go. Okay, let's do font size 36 and see how that's too big. No. Okay, we're looking good. Left position do 650, height do 320. $670. There we go. Let's add 5 more just to balance it out. But you can see now, right? The card name will appear right there. Now, I am going to need to, one, move the art up. But I need the text here. I want this to fade in. So fade in. And I want it to fade out. So now when we click it, the text fades in, goes there. Now, the catch with this, though, that is a bit annoying. Actually, wait, can I don't think it's going to move at the right speed if I do this. I would love to get the text to slide out, and I think I can because of how this is set up. So this is kind of interesting as a side effect. So rear layer, I need, really quick, I need that to play the image again. That goes to there. Now that's locked. That might mess up the particle if I do this wrong, though. Might be okay if I line it up right there. Let me hit this again. I'm not certain on what I've just done, only because of the particle effect. So the particle effect position is supposed to be the furthest thing down as it goes. So even here, like where I've said these aren't going to have a position, I'm going to put these on like layer 2. Right, so that is that part, and then the position on this one is also layer 2. So when they play, they're still fine compared to one another. But I want this one on layer 0, which I think is the lowest one, and then these just get higher and higher. Sometimes I have that backwards. We'll find out the hard way. But I'm going to put the particles on this one. So, in theory, I don't know if they're being cut off. I don't think they are. Some of them are, which is weird. I'm actually... Well, are they? No, I think we're good. So I can keep these particles here now, right? So that's with the particles. Everything being super fancy for when you're a sub. I can technically move these and shrink them a little bit, I guess, if I want. So if it is in slightly the wrong position, I can lower them. Like if I do, say, 500... It's the same effect, right? So we go here, goes up. Because I think I set it for 600, right? No, that works, and it's smaller than what we had, right? So I've shrunk it a little bit. But this will allow me to do something cooler here. So what I was doing is the text was fading in, right? We were doing a fade in on the text. But what I can do here is I can do a slide in left. Slide in left and do a... This is where it gets confusing. Is it a slide out left or is it a slide out right? Because you would think it'd be a slide out right, but watch. If I hit this, there, it's slid in from the left, not slid in to the left. I hate that. Like, they're worded backwards. If it said slide in from left, I'd be okay with it. So we're going to try that. Now, the particles I want up here. So when this happens, it'll go here, here, here. There we go. Well, actually, I do want the particles last. Now, the hard part is going to be timing. This is where things get messy. So we're going to add timing in. And we need to go up here, up here. Specifically, we need timing for the text. And I think it's just 2 seconds. So if we hit this... I didn't pay enough attention. That's on me. Now, the problem we're running into with this is that because the area is so big, It's got a much bigger distance that it's trying to slide in, which we also don't want. Right, like, it's sliding in at the wrong time. That was pretty close, actually. It's not cropping off the side like it's supposed to. Like, I don't know why we're not cropping correctly. Oh, it's because I aligned the crop at the wrong edge. That's on me. It should be like right there, I think. So now if I watch it, why is it still all there? I don't understand. Oh, because I'm cropping the wrong thing because I'm a fool. No one pointed that out, thank you. Just entirely cropping the wrong scene. I was cropping the sky, which you can still see it's gone. See, there. The sky is back. Okay, but now if I'm right with this. So that appears, that all goes, that's up, everything's in scene. Everything's there. Fades out. Now I've just got to adjust the timing on the text to be like 3 seconds instead. Goes up, slides in, text goes in. There we go. And because that lost a second and a half, we're going to drop that down to 4. Goes in, appears, gets that, sparkles, and goes away. I think we need a fade out on this, or it's going to always look rough. So if we do this... I think the problem is this is designed, this piece here was designed to not be delayed. Like the timing I did on the particles, so I need that before the wait. So now... Yeah. Oop, I clicked with the wrong mouse. So we do that, and then I put that back up to 6, and we hit play. Right? Like, the text isn't moving in at the same speed. I'm aware of this, just to be clear. Like, I am aware of this. So, like, if I make it a little bit later. Yeah. I think it's better if I make it later because I'd rather it intentionally look wrong. Like, this is a big thing to me. I'd rather things look like they're purposefully out of sync than intentionally, like, close. Because I'm not questioning the intent when I see it happen. Like, I don't question the intent of it when it's quick, right? Or like when there's a clear stagger. When there's not a clear intentional stagger, it becomes a lot harder to tell if it's meant to be that way. So that's a big thing to me, is make sure everything is like there. So that feels good to me. I wish I could slow the retreat for the text to leave, but I mean the other option is instead of doing a slide out, we just do a fade out. Like if I just do a fade out, how do we end up? So the text slides in, we go here, text fades out. I'd have to change the timing. So if we go to like this, right? So we go there. Text fades out. Text doesn't fade out fast enough because it takes 2 seconds, so I'd have to do 0.3, or it takes 0.5 seconds to do any of the fades. So we go there, fades out, and then it's not quite gone. 25. Yeah, I think slide out is better. What if I do a fade out right? How do we look here? Which way does that go? Yeah, fade out right doesn't matter. At all. Is it 165? So if I hit this... Yeah. 168. Yeah, like that, right? So now everything is cleanly, like, it appears, the effect goes off, and then it goes away. Now, what I do want to do here is I want to try this at 500, just to see how does this look if I do 500. It's narrower, but I almost feel better with that now. Let me try. I'm gonna be weird here. I'm gonna do 400. No, let's do 550. There we go. It felt like it was like spewing out too far to the side. I mean, like I could do a full like 700, right? And we get a bigger one, and we go wow. And that is fine. I just wonder if that goes too far into the screen. Oh, it's still under the... You know what? We're fine with 700. So I'm going to go with that. Now, the text displayed is supposed to be Streamloot's card name. So when I do this, it goes like this, and it'll go Streamloot's card name. The one issue we're going to run into is I don't know if that is enough of a, if that is a good enough font for it. Because it does, like, it's not going to fit all the cards that way, because that's not a narrow font, right? We could also do, like, these other ones. We could go here. Which I do like that font a lot. It's just, that's ultra bold. Like, how does this one look? No. See, I like some of these a lot. It's just really hard to get everything where I want it. And, like, I love that. But we are going to have some that are going to be, like, Let My Monster Grow, which I guess doesn't have a card visual, right? The only ones that have card visuals are the ones that affect the game. Let's save this really quick, because we are slowly converting things. So we're going to save that. We're going to go here, go to Streamloot's card. And just for sake of everything, I'm going to grab... let's just do back it up. So card image alert is this, which right now is doing card alert. But now we have SLC played. So if I hit play here, and we do test command, it says test card, right? But see, that's what we want. So we want it to appear, go in, it'll say the name of the card. It's going as test card, but it says the name. The name is off to the side. Now, I could set a max width, which might help here, but I don't know what happens when we've fully done it. So, because like if I hit play here and I just do, the name is test card, but then we do like this, watch, this is what happens. So it goes, and then we're pushed off the side, which is arguably good. Like we do want that there, but I want the text to have a max width, right? I should rename these. Particles. bars, art, front. Okay. And then you are text. Text. Because if you look in here, we have a max width. Now, if I do 600, actually, I'm going to do 400. I'm going to try and make it smaller than I need first. So we do 400, it's left aligned, we still fit the full thing. So let's try 300. What if I do this? 300. Where do we end up? 200? This is weird. Is this not working? Have we just given up on this actually doing what it's supposed to do? We have given up on what it is supposed to do. Amazing. That's fantastic and totally helpful to me as a person trying to get this to work. I was trying to get the position of it right. So that way, even if it scales off the side, it's legible. Because we could also, in theory, do like marquees or whatever we needed. All I'd have to do is go into the stuff here and go like, okay, marquee, go there, and then end marquee there in the HTML. And then when we hit play, it goes up and it goes here, and then it does that, right? But it feels like this part is not doing, yeah, it's not doing anything. Which is a bit annoying, but... like, this is still working. I need the player's username. So we're going to create another one of these because it's going to do about the same thing. But it's going to be a little bit smaller. So let's do, what, size 30? Just to look at this again. It's going to need to be smaller than that. Size 28. But then position is going to need to be down. We're going to add, say, 50 to that. Well, we'll just do 350 and see where we end up. 350 was not nearly enough. 400. Little bit too far. 390. 390 is perfect. Do 700. 750. Very close. 770. Am I going too far now? No, that feels good. I do think the font size is a little bit big now, though, which means I'm going to shrink it, and then I'm going to need to move it again. Yeah, so that's a much better size. We're going to move it down a little bit more, maybe 5 pixels. That was a little far. 4 pixels. There we go. And now I need to add another weight in here. This is a much smaller weight, though. Instead of a full second, we're going to do like 0.1. So this should stagger the slide in. A little more. 0.2? 0.2 might actually be too far, but let's see. I think that's good. But the bottom one has to come in a bit sooner, so let's try this. There, there. There, there. Nope. Bit sooner. Somehow those have ended up... oh, because I took 2 off. It made them perfectly in sync on the return now because I've taken 2 off the... try this. Three, 7. I just need these a little staggered. There we go. Okay, and then the next thing we have is, well, here is we need to have who the card was played by. So the text will not be Streamloot's card name. It would be Streamloot's. Who played it? I guess it's username. It's just username. So I'm going to hit save. So if I'm correct, this should just say Cameron JK when I do it. So if I say this was Aberration and the user was Cameron JK, when I test the command. There we go. So yeah, they are quick. They are meant to be quick, though, because you're meant to be playing a bunch of these again and again. But you can see, we get the card, we get my name, it goes back in, and it goes away, right? So it's clean, it's there, it's lined up. I'm pleased with that. So yeah, again, it goes, slides in, does that, particle effect. Now, the one thing we do need to still change is we need to go in here. I have the particle just playing. So the particles, right? These particles here, we don't want these just going. So we need to create a conditional, have this. And then I believe it's... I need a list of special identifiers. And we need user, Twitch specific, nope, target, nope, nope. Oh, no, wrong thing. Subscribe. Okay, yeah, I just need user is subscriber. So user is subscriber equals true. So if this is the case, right? So we move this up. If user is subscriber, then overlay images and video. And then Streamloot's card back. 6 seconds. Grab this, go video, go here, paste that in. Width 700, volume at none. And then we remove this and we hit play. And because it counts as me playing it, it counts me as a subscriber. But if you're not a subscriber, it will not play the particles, making that look cleaner. Now, I can't do the art yet because that is very specific to certain cards. And I need to edit the image of the card to fit a bit better. But yeah, no, this is the new effect. It is working. I'm a little indifferent on the font for it. Like, I'm not 100% if I'm going to keep that font, but I can always change that. But this is set, so I'm very, very happy to have that sorted. Oh my god, that was a okay. So I know it probably doesn't seem it to a lot of people who may not know how the bot stuff works. That was extremely annoyingly complicated for getting the layers right. Specifically masking things out so that way the right things show and the right colors don't get chroma keyed. But that is now working. That is the key thing. That is working. That is correct. That is how that is meant to be. So now those are going to show. They're not ready to be rolled out yet, obviously, until I figure out the base card that'll show, like, here's the image of the card. Here is the animation. I want to take that that Katamari and put it as a little frame around the thing. So I'll open up in Photoshop and I'll take out the centerpiece and I'll just stick the card on the Katamari, and maybe we'll do some different color variations of the Katamari to show rarity. But the general idea is that because there's set rarity colors for Streamloots that they've decided on, so we'll use those colors to kind of differentiate what's going on there. Let's test this again. So if I just do this with back it up, it does that. There we go, and yeah. I'm not going to save that one, though, because it's not ready. The part that's going to be annoying is I am going to have to go back through all of my cards. I'm going to very specifically have to go back through all of my cards that I have already worked with and change them to the new card because I didn't use the same edit. Like, I didn't edit the old one, so they're not just drag and drop. But I think that'll be a good sign for me as I'm updating the cards on Streamloot's site to the new graphics to put those in. Because I'm going to have those appear in their own layer, and then that layer is going to crop off the bottom. Hey, Lunamoth, how's it going? But that should work there. Let me go here, here, here. Turn off that to never use it again. This is the Streamloots document. This got moved to the wrong screen. This was causing me problems. I was trying to get in here to look at this to compare the size of the bar on here. But yeah, so we've got that. We've got our bar going. This area will have the card popping up. The card on Streamloots will actually have a frame and stuff you won't be able to see. That'll be outside of its little border that'll be trimmed. So I can have whatever I want the card to look like there freely, which is great. Bah, 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 bah. Feels good though. Feels good. We got a new effect figured out, right? We got the effect playing. We've got it sorted. I need to be proud of myself. We've got that. We've got the particles for it. And I think the particles are more obvious than the other ones, because I feel like a lot of people didn't even know they were only getting particles when they were subbed. So I think having the particles on there is better now that we've done. So when they play, it'll be clean. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. But we've got that. I've got to work on figuring out the cards for Minecraft, because we've got new Minecraft cards that are going to be rolled out. That are going to directly affect the game. So that is going to be a whole thing. I now have the ability to do that. If you have suggestions for different Minecraft effects I can do for cards, let me know. I can basically run anything that can be run via a command in Minecraft. So if you know a clever command, I can try and implement it in an interesting way. If you just have an idea and you're not sure if it's possible, you can also just suggest that, and I can look into seeing if I can get that to work, because that is how we roll. That said, I have been streaming for a while. My throat hurts quite a bit, actually. And I need to try and get food. I'm broke though. I don't want to have to pay. Sly! No! Sly, you picked horrible timing. I was just wrapping up. How could you? But hello, Raiders. I appreciate you. I will do my quick personal shout out though. My throat hurts and I'm hungry. But you can actually see on screen I did create a new Streamloots card alert.
Passive aggressive.
Rude. But I did create this new effect for my Streamloots cards to pop up. The red won't be there. The red is a different thing. But I created that, and then the text will be on the sides that pop out. So I've got that. It's been a few hours, Nathan. You were here last night. But I am going to send everybody away. But really quick, to those who do not know me, my name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer focused on indie and interactive games. I also do a lot of Minecraft and occasionally some more popular ones, like we're playing Final Fantasy 16 right now as well. True, and 1 hour ago. But yeah, we're just trying to chill and have a relaxing time. But I focus on making things interactive. I've done my entire overlay. I designed my VTuber. I did not do the art for it, but I did design it. I designed the outfit. I designed the character. I've designed the TTS pet, but Myra the Farmer did the overall effect of that. There are some planets that float by in the background and things like that that were drawn by the wonderful Vortex the cat as well. I'm working on updating my website to actually like list all the credits properly and clear up my info panels and try to make sure everything is as clean as it can possibly be. So we're getting there, but I am going to send you away because, again, my throat is killing me. I'm going to send you over to my wonderful friend Water, who is playing Minecraft right now and is apparently doing something. I guess they're on a server called the Flight SMP. So go give them some love for me if you would. But I am going to send you over to Water. I appreciate y'all a ton, though. You have all been fantastic. You have all been super supportive. Food is needed, and I will be drinking a bunch of water after this. I have not been drinking water this stream. But I will be drinking water afterwards, I promise. But thank you again, everybody, for coming by. Thank you so much, everybody who hung out in the chat. Thank you, Raxon and Sly, for the raids. Thank you, Estrella, Avon, Obi, and Skulls for the subs, and as well to Wim for the gift sub. I appreciate y'all a ton. I hope you have a fantastic one. That said, see ya. Love ya. Bye-bye.